All right. Let me grab the chat window. All right, so the part we left off on. Right, continue to implement the OpenAPI spec, then go through the endpoints and implement them. Those might be okay. Um, we probably want to do like permissions, not just like if you're part of an org, but if you have read, write, and admin permission. And we'll keep that part simple, but we still need to like evaluate some of the permissions and stuff. And then, yeah, like validation of the endpoints. We're going to have to do that part too. So, actually, let's do the validation part first, because I don't want to get too deep with the other stuff before we've looked at it a bit deeper. So, schemas, serving the spec, generating the spec, serving the Swagger UI, importing, validating, and casting. So, this is the part. And we had some notes from Brainless Society, which was the cast and validate can take params. There's one called replace params. Set that to false. So implicit casting and validating. It would be nice to not have to do that explicitly. And yeah, so this is the plug. If we're using Phoenix, we can do this. JSON render error v2. So yeah, it looks to me like that is just a simple addition to our router. So hold on. Where do we see the replace params thing? Oh, and hold on. So that needs to be called in the router. I don't really like the idea of having to cast and validate everything. Oh, this is kind of nice too. Yeah, writing those integration tests seems pretty cool. So then I won't necessarily even need to use Dread. Interesting. I'm gonna do this anyway, right? Let's just try it. So it does run. Oh, not what I wanted. Suppose I could use curl. Yeah, Insomnium. Here we go. Let's move Insomnium to its own desktop. Okay, so hold on. I've got the path wrong. So here in router, uh, it's just login or verify, not API. Wait, what? So yeah, localhost 4000. Oh, do I want to do this? Oh, never mind. I've got to do it as a post. Whoops. All right, 500 sad panda. A module option is required, but none was given. So yeah, it's got to be inside of a pipeline. Needs to be called in the router as described above. Okay, so hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so yeah, the module would be our API specification. Got it, got it, got it. Here's what I'm wondering now. Can authenticated and admin... Can we reduce some of the duplicate stuff here? Okay, so you can't do that. So you can do multiple pipe throughs. Okay, easy enough. Oh, wait. You can just pass an array? Oh, that sounds way better. Yeah, that's much nicer. Yeah, that's much nicer. Okay, so then, yeah, this ends up needing that. So then 400 bad request. Email. Boo. Oh, and we gotta quote that. So we're getting 401 unauthorized for that, which is a mistake. But it shouldn't be. So why would this be failing? Let me look. Let me look at that endpoint. I think it's actually just something simple that I forgot. Oh, right. So this is the login endpoint. We don't want to do an unauthorized. So instead, what I want to do, we want to move that outside of there, and then here, right? So yeah, login and sign up will be through the same thing, right? Yeah, so for login, we don't do that. For verify, we do. Yeah, I think that ends up just being that simple. Hmm. Yeah, I guess that's the tricky part. Like anyone could ruin your deliverability by signing other people up for your service, and then those users marking you as spam. Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Right, so then, yeah, that's a 200. But then if we maybe don't do the at. Oh. So that's another bit. It's a little bit wonky. Hmm. So it seems to me like email is not actually validated. So we'll want to pass a pattern. Yeah, I think we just got to do a pattern. Simple email regex. Oh, nice, Colin. Okay. So yeah, Colin, maintainer of Zod. A lot of people think that every technically valid email address should pass validation by this schema. He used to think that too, right? He points to a commit. Over the years, he's merged several PRs to make the email regex more technically correct. Most recently, they merged a PR that adds support for IPv6 addresses as the domain part of an email. They look like this, and I hate them. All right. Turns out that PR broke plain old subdomains. which means Zod currently fails to parse my mom's current email address, but Johnny up there can parse his freakish IPv6 email. This caused a spiritual crisis and made me reevaluate my whole stance on what Z string email should do. Zod's users are mostly engineers who build apps. When you're building an app, you want to make sure your users are providing normal ass email addresses. So that's what email is going to do. So I rewrote it to be as simple as possible. Let's break down the English, or break it down into English. It is not trying to be RFC 5322 compliant. It's not going to check if the TLD is real. And it's not going to implement any of this craziness. So no quoted local parts, no comments. It should still allow the plus symbol. But yeah, M dash or whatever. So yeah, WT whatever, and then like all this junk. No IPv4, no IPv6, no emoji. But for reasonable people, it'll do. I'm okay with it. I find it so strange that format email doesn't get validated in any way whatsoever. But we can do pattern. All right, so let's see. Is it not pattern? Ah, okay. So hold on. I actually want to fix that. Shit. This should be failing. All right. Well, there might not be a way to validate that, and I just got to do it on my own. Hmm. Let me get another album going. Yeah, whatever. We'll put it here in utils. Yeah, and I think that goes there. Yes, then in here we'll do validation. And actually, hold on. Is there a good validation library? All right, built-in validation rules. So they don't even ship email? What? Yeah, that's annoying. All right, so we got to do this anyway. All right, so what is it? Def module. Good job, Super Maven, on that auto completion. Def validate email. That looks about right to me. Okay. So then we go back to the auth controller. It's annoying that this part's not working. But for our schema, maybe it's still necessary. So I'm okay with it. We'll leave that there. And then here in the function, all right, we got login. We want to put this back as a with. Okay. We want to do and another end. There we go. No? Because this. So it's not validations, it's validation. There we go. What's the right way to chain this? Like a nested case is a bad idea. But that's wrong. Oh, do I? Yeah, hold on. Uh, what's it yelling at here? We could just make it be a Boolean. It's not really the Elixir way to do things, but it'll work. Ooh, what's Theo launching today? I think question mark is the Elixir convention for Boolean stuff. Elixir convention Boolean function. Yeah, end it with a question mark. Okay, I think that works. It's not pretty, but it'll do. Right, so then, yeah, bad request, invalid email. I just find it really annoying. There isn't like a built-in validator for email stuff. But yeah, now we at least get 400 bad request. 400 bad request. 200 okay. Sure. All right, works for me. All right, so then from here, let's finish out the validator part. Or not validator, but getting the magic link. So there's get org user by email, user verification. So hold on. Wait. User verification here. I think this is outdated. Yeah. Because we just don't need it. Yeah, so I think user verification is going to go away. All right, so there we go. We're going to want to delete that migration as well. But I want to roll back all first, then we delete it. Because I don't want to have to drop the table. That still works. All right. So then, yeah. We see account, magic link. And because we generated magic link separately, we don't have methods for magic links in our repository. Right. Okay. Oh. So yeah, magic link isn't going to have a name field. Not sure what I did there. But yeah, it is going to have a code field. which means I need to go and do that. And let's rename this. All right, so then, yeah, magic links, create index, user ID. Interesting. Yeah, I think the magic links module we just copied and pasted, which is why we had a bug. Like, because, yeah, code here is fine now. All right, whatever. So then, yeah, in the repo, yes, this would have actually totally failed anyway. Um, yeah, I think that's fine. So then in here, just go to the bottom. And yeah, we don't need to list magic links. Like, when would we want to actually debug that in the admin? I don't think we would. Yeah, I'd say that's good enough. So then get by email code. Sure. So then I want to do something like this. So we fetched the magic link, right? So then from here we do magic link dot created at greater than timex dot now minus duration from, and not 60 seconds, but how long, right? 10 minutes. And we could actually just do this, because I bet from minutes is a thing. Oh, is there not a from minutes? Gross. Oh, timex dot duration. Yeah, we haven't added timex yet, have we? Yep. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Oh, and I forgot about your whole replace params thing. Thanks for showing up. That just reminded me. Um, but yeah, here we go. Timex, copy, making copies. Should just type it. There we go. Tired long day, doing fine. Waiting for some friends to play Don't Starve together. I've never actually played that game. I've heard it's good though. Uh, shit. I think it is shift, right? Let's go to the timex docs. Oh, and with is idiomatic, but you don't like it. Really, I don't mind with. I think it. I don't know. So I think I like it more than an if statement. Should pretty much be avoiding if statements in Elixir, right? Like, I feel like I've read that they're an anti-pattern. You like separate functions? I could see that. Let me get more music going. One second. Hold on, let me send a quick message. But yeah, separate multi-clause functions. I could see that working. But yeah, sorry, got distracted. Yeah, so that's the verification of the code. We do need to start generating tokens. But yeah, before I forget again, and I got a question. How do you feel about uh oh shit. Wait a second. I forgot to do like that's why that request was failing. Interesting. Okay. I might not even need the email validation. Because we had this turned off. And then this is the part where you were saying replace params, right? So what does replace params actually do? Oh, I see. Okay. So what was the bug that was caused by that? You have a plug where you invoke the function? Sure. Like at the controller level? I think that makes sense. Just wondering like why I wouldn't want it globally. Yeah, if I put that on common, then realistically, yeah, I mean, common versus API, I guess it doesn't matter. So yeah, we can fix some of this stuff. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah, no, I think you mentioned that. Right. Okay. No, that makes sense. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. I think you already mentioned that the other day. Uh, which ones, Alex? The ones that were stuck or whatever? Did they finally get them home? Yeah, so, yep, I didn't need to do that common abstraction. Cool. I almost want to do the cast and validate after I've done the auth. I think so too. Yeah. It's more like which one is more like CPU heavy? I don't know if it matters. I almost feel like validation would be less CPU cycles, but I don't think it matters. almost want to create a separate pipeline for validation then, because not every authenticated endpoint shit. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think composing the pipelines this way is just nicer. Oh, is that one of Oik's emotes? No. Yeah, whose emote is that? Uh, wait, what? Oh. Oh, right, because I didn't have the space, it was doing a lookup. Oh, that was annoying. Okay. Unoften. I like that name. That's a good one. Pixel is the guy's name? Damn. Wonder how long he's had that account. Pixel by Pixel Studios. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So then let's double check this. Needed to recompile. Ah, okay. So, yep, you have to put cast and validate in your controller because it infers the operation ID. Got it. All right. So there we go. That was a good test. Which means that goes away. So then this goes back to how it was. Um, the learn command used to yield a different response. You didn't do the learn command? All right, like you could try the learn command and see that it's probably the same thing it's been. Okay. I thought we had a different command for sure. No, that one's good. I think that was something that Skizzers made. I think we have a separate learn JS. No? Nah, I don't know. Yeah, were you just looking through the list of commands? Is it learn JavaScript? Yeah, I don't know. I think we've got a free code camp command, right? So maybe that's it. Yeah, I think we just type FCC when we're doing it. Like, yeah. I don't remember doing anything else. But okay, so, yeah, we want to move the validate plug thing. And, yeah, we just put that into each controller, which works for me. Yeah, here in login. Yeah, so now I want to test this. Okay. So now if we go here, we get a 500. Interesting. I didn't put the validator on that page, though. All right, so 422 unprocessable entity. I guess that... Is that the right response? Yeah, see, I don't think 422 is the right one. Yeah, I think 400's the right move. So then in here, how do we configure that? And I should probably just look at hex docs here. Oof. Well, now we're back to the source code. Hmm. How would you set the 400? Is it something that I did in the responses? No. Oh, and that's not even close to right. Never mind. Oh, hold on. Wait. Is it just that? No. Yeah, no worries, Brainless. Yeah, I mean, real quick before you go, how have you in the past made this validation a 400 instead of a 422? Curious about that. But whatever. We'll just keep fiddling with it. And hey, Jason, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for the sub. I do like this syntax better, but it's not accurate. Yeah, this is a great song. Yeah, I wish this was configurable. So we'll just have to deal with 422 then. It's kind of annoying. It does look like 422 is fine. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Yeah, I'm okay with it. So yeah, right? Unprocessable entity at example. I believe this would also then do the 422. Yeah, there we go. All right, whatever. Let me get another album going. Yeah, all right, whatever. So yeah, we can get rid of that. It simplifies our logic there. Oh, so now which one of these is... Oh, yeah, yeah. So this part's the issue there still. All right, that part's fine. So yeah, we got to look at the Timex part. Yeah, okay. So that works for me. So yeah, we can get rid of that validation. So then, okay, here's one more thing I wanted to check. So we've got this part. Does the email formatting still kick in? All right, so that part is that. That still works. And that still fails. All right, perfect. So yeah, format email totally works. Cool. I was worried about that. Okay, so now back to this part. We need to do the Timex subtraction stuff. So I don't need to format or parse. I think it is. All right, so then timex.now. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. So timex.now is something I want, but let me double check this. I don't see shift. Oh, and that's duration.now. Current moment in UTC. Yep. So then timex dot, I think there's like a from. Okay, so then Ecto's date time. It's got to be storing like a number, right? Oh, so wait. We could do a compare. Hey, Theo, Mr. Sir. What was the big announcement? And yeah, if you got to get going, no worries. Yeah, the big launch. What were you launching? Ah, the T3 chat redesign. Got it. Oh, and sorry, Bajik. Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at it a couple times. All right. Yeah, might as well. I have not seen the new layout or UI. Nice, nice. So yeah, the Gemini and GPT-4o Mini are the free tier. Cool. I do have way too many tabs. Technically, from here to the left is the archive, like tabs that I'm saving for later, but you know, the moment you bookmark a tab, it's gone forever, right? So yeah, I tend to keep like an archive and then take the archive and put it into a Trello board for potential content and stuff, right? Um, but yeah. Sure. Well, I haven't typed anything yet. Yeah, I'm just lazy. I use Zen and Brave over on my dev machine, and then my personal machine I'm using Firefox at the moment. Yeah, I like the fact that you can switch between all these models. That's huge. Um, so let's ask it something here. Oh, that sounds cool. Okay. Zen with 4 workspaces and all workspaces. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let's try this. How would I check an ecto date time is older or newer than 5 minutes ago in Elixir? That's the part we're doing right now. So yeah, we could do ecto date time. We'd do a UTC now. We'd do a compare, and then it would give us that. And then 5 minutes ago would just be date time dot add now minus. Oh, okay. That's easy enough. Yeah. And yeah, that was quick. That was really quick. And yeah, I should probably stop paying for Claude, right? Just start using this instead. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, for sure. And yeah, what's up, Nervix? Yeah, we just got a raid from Theo. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, if I signed up, I could just switch to Claude in here, so I could still get the model, but I'd have a better UI, right? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, for some Get Kraken stuff we're going to be pushing out, we're using Gemini, I think. But we could always like swap that. Only 100 tokens for Claude. That makes sense. And yeah, doing well, Nervix. How about you? Yeah, you can get more by just like, buying more, right? Yeah. We just showed that. So 100 messages, not tokens. They're just called tokens in the UI, right? Not tokens as like how LLMs understand them, right? Yeah, exactly. Let me get more music going. Yeah, I went and saw Droid Bishop and Time Cop 1983 yesterday. That was pretty cool. Oh, you could even just plug in your own API key? Okay, that makes sense too. Yeah, I think I remember a message from Theo previously where he was like, "I want AI to generate PRs for me." It's something we're considering at GitKraken because we are generating a CLI tool. So yeah, that could be kind of fun. But yes, we're using. I think we're using Gemini for that right now. But I don't know. Yeah, I look forward to generating that at some point. But yeah, I have a teleprompter. It's not the Elgato one. It's like the Newer or whatever their brand name is. It works okay. That's actually what I'm using Zen for because Zen allows you to do like the multi-paned chat. So I got my YouTube chat popped out, I got my Twitch chat popped out, and those are like boom, two panes. Is it just pronounced newer? I don't know if it's pronounced like it's spelled newer. I don't know if it's newer. I don't know. But yeah, so the thing is because I'm not using the Elgato prompter, I have to like flip the UI myself. So I made a really simple browser extension that auto flips auto flips the Twitch chat URL and the like YouTube chat URL. Newer. There you go. Yeah, I'm at GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. So yeah, we're working on a big old release where a bunch of features and stuff are getting pushed out. We're gonna have a CLI tool that we're gonna be pushing out too. So yeah, that should be fun. Got to make a bunch of content around that. Nah, I can't do any of that. Sorry. I don't even know how you pronounce the O with the slash through it. I have no idea. Oh, Asus or Asus? Yeah, some of the Asus is funny. I had never actually thought about that. But yeah, there's a lot of brands where it's just weird to do. Prudent, are you saying get like at GitHub? Or do you mean like your account at GitKraken? Because those are totally separate things. The CLI tool, will it work on a Raspberry Pi? Yeah. So we're building it with Go. So what we're doing is like we're using Go Releaser, which means we can make a build for everything. Yeah, so GitKraken and GitHub are totally separate things. Yeah, GitKraken started out as a desktop GUI for Git, and then GitLens in VS Code is our tool as well. Like our CTO is the author of that, and then we also have like a web app if you're like on the go. That's like our mobile version, basically. Yeah, I don't work for Microsoft. I don't know if I could pass the interview. GitLens is cracking. I like that. That's a good one. Yeah, GitLens is a great tool. Yeah. Like, I've used it for years. There's so many, like, I know the inline blame. Like, I've always known that's GitLens. But there are, like, other things, like some of the highlights in the gutters and some of that stuff that, like, every time I set up a new machine, I wonder where the hell those went. Because I just realized that, oh, yeah, that's GitLens. So I got to reinstall GitLens. Like, it's easy to go without the, like, the inline blame stuff when you're working on solo projects. No. So not a mobile app. It's like a web application. I think it's built with Next, actually. I know we're using Vercel for our preview deploys. It is Dorama Sans. It's even better. We added ligatures. But yeah, so we have a web application that is a lot of the same functionality. You don't get the same like Git parts of it, but GitKraken is moving on from just being a Git tool and now being like a team collaboration tool. I don't know if I have a good way of showing it right now, but basically if I go sign in with GitHub, I think our coolest feature is Launchpad. So basically, like, Launchpad gets all of your PRs in one view, right? So you can have some that have conflicts, right? Reviewer commented, so I should probably follow up. Some of these are really old, right? Unassigned reviewers, right? Suggested changes. So yeah, like all of my GitHub PRs across all the repos on GitHub are shown right here in this. And then I can look at all the issues assigned to me in one view as well. And that can be from GitHub issues or Jira or like all sorts of stuff. So really it's like, it's about like the team aspects of this stuff. Launchpad's part of your daily routine? That's awesome. Hell yeah. And yeah, like this team view is even better. Right? So team view, if you're more of like a manager or whatever, you can see what other people are working on your team as well. Right? So like, I can see all of these Dependabot PRs that weren't in the personal view. So yeah, really cool. It is a paid thing. Yeah, this is one of the pro features. But I do think it's worth it, right? Because it's better than having to juggle all your tabs on GitHub or whatever, right? And having to switch from, you know, okay, where's the issue? It's over on Jira, blah, 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 right? So just being able to have all of it. It is part of the student dev pack, though. Yeah. Yeah, it is a paid thing. If you want, you know, if there's anyone at your org that you want me to put in touch with our, like our enterprise people or whatever, I can totally connect that up. Just send me a message over on Discord. Yeah, happy to make that connection. It's part of my job. Another cool thing that we've just recently gotten going is like automations. This part I think is pretty nifty. So just imagine, now this is like an ad, whatever. We'll get back to coding here in a second. But I think this is pretty cool too. I just noticed it and wanted to show it off. And this is only on gitkraken.dev instead of like the desktop or GitLens. Oh, Insights is pretty cool too. Let me show you that in a sec. But basically, I just want to showcase this one. And sorry, they're infected. I can read your message still, though. But yeah, it thought you did a link because of work.love without the space. GitLens is also ours. Yeah, our CTO wrote GitLens back, I think, before he even worked at Microsoft. But yeah, anyway, just real quick. Let's just say CSS changes or something. What you can do is, can you have multiple Jira accounts in Launchpad? I think you can like, That part I don't know. I don't know if you can do multiple Jira accounts. I'd have to look into that for you. I just don't know. But yeah, so basically, if we look at GitHub here and we select a repository, right, we can do, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're not going to actually do anything with this. So let's just do blog Gatsby. Wait, what's that? Okay, a webhook will be set up, blah, blah, blah. Are you rate limited by GitHub? So we are like doing a lot of the Git stuff for you, depending on the tool. So yeah, if you're using gitkraken.dev, that all goes through our servers. So that might be a way to do some of that if you want. I don't know. But basically, let's just say file path contains star.css. Or, hold on, wait, we wanted... file path matches glob. Here we go. Right, so then star.css. And then maybe another condition we want to add is new or old code contains class name. So now, if any of these things happen, you can add this action and add a label to it maybe, which would be, I don't know, help wanted or something, and add another action that's maybe adding a comment or assigning a reviewer. I don't know, some of that stuff where you don't necessarily want to spend all the time setting up your your GitHub actions. This can save you some of that, right? And it works across platforms, so if you end up changing from GitHub to GitLab or whatever, it'll still just work, as far as I know. But yeah, whatever. So yeah, pretty cool. I think automations are nice. I want to set up, or I want to like encourage them to add a couple more like triggers, such as if a repo or if a pull request hasn't been modified or touched in 10 days or something, then we can auto close it or add a comment pinging the reviewers, things like that. So that would be kind of useful. I don't know, just things like that. I think automations are kind of cool, but I think we just need to add more to it to make more sense. And then finally, insights. I don't know if my insights are going to say much. We'll see. And it can take a bit of time because this is going and grabbing a bunch of data. Yeah, my insights are empty here for the open source. We do Git lens maybe. Yeah, and I haven't done anything with any of this stuff lately, so yeah, I won't be able to show much in insights, but basically like cycle time, like how long your PRs are taking, throughput, blah, blah, blah. This would be really good for managers. No, as a manager, you should be able to see that. I just don't think I have this stuff set up right, and I'm not sure if my GitLens workspace is even set up right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I need something different. Like, I actually have two separate accounts. I have a GitKraken account as well as this as my personal. Just because I don't want to potentially leak stuff here on stream. But yeah, definitely something to check out. Kind of cool. I think the coolest feature that we don't have yet and we're hoping to do is like AI created PRs. I think it would. I'm pretty sure. Like, you can get a free trial. I forget how long the trial is. I think it's 14 days. So, yeah, you can just try it out for free. But, yeah, that part I'm not sure of. Accepting intern positions? We're looking for people, like, I think for anything intern-based, they'd want you, like, near the office in Arizona. And yeah, Chisholm, it should work. That Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm a little bummed that this isn't showing anything right now. Let me do this. Let me set up another workspace. Walter, which we need to rename at some point. Provider is GitHub. Repos. Oh, I don't... Hold on. I might need to configure this. I'm actually really curious about some of this, so let me just do that real quick. Oh, I've signed up for a lot of stuff. Yeah, org access. Hold on, let me just do this.
What does it do? What's it for? Well, nothing.
And yeah, once we do this,
Give him an enema.
and that transition. So yeah, we should be able to close that. And then now I can create another workspace. We'll call it Walter. Yep. So that's the older version of our CLI tool, which does have Launchpad in it. So if you prefer the CLI, awesome. But our new version of the CLI isn't going to have Launchpad immediately. It'll give you the option of just popping out to the browser or other tools. But some of the other stuff we're doing with the new CLI that we're going to release is worth like proving out an idea and understanding a bit more. Okay, so then insights, workspace, Walter. Will it blend? All right. Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is. So it's workspace related. So technically here in a workspace, you can go edit and add as many repos as you want. It could be a bug. Yeah, it could definitely be a bug. But yeah, so you can select as many like repos as you want at this step. Adding like a whole org might not be something you can do. I haven't looked at that. So that would be a nice feature. Hold on. I'm going to add that as some feedback. So yeah. Right? Yeah, like if I were to click Vexilla here, it should just grab like add all of those, right? Like that would be cool. Is there a way to automate adding new repos? I'm going to add that as another request. There isn't yet, but that's a good feedback too. Oh, and this is in the wrong channel. Yeah, no, great feedback here. Cool. So yeah, let's close that. And yeah, that insights check was a long running. So yeah, yeah, my insight's just not working like I hoped. That's a bummer. Wanted to demonstrate that. But I really do think it's like a my account issue. Like I might not just have done anything in the previous 28 days, you know? Let me just try one more thing, right? I know we added... It could be. I don't think that's the issue. But yeah, so what did we work on recently? Domain term. Oh, no. You know what the issue is? Yeah, none of these had pull requests. Right. Like, you can't get insights into pull requests if you're not doing pull requests to your library. Like, to your repo. And I'm not doing pull requests to my own personal repos. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, duh. What's one that we did? Gleam? Yeah, I'm just straight up committing because I'm the only one committing to a lot of my stuff. So now if I go to insights, I don't know. Oh, last updated 9 minutes ago. That could be part of it. Okay, there we go. Previous 7 days. Took me 13 hours to merge it. Finally, there we go. No, because we haven't touched Githium in the last 28 days, and we can only go back as far as 28. No, that makes sense, Patch Step. I get that. Your account is logged as a teacher account, but you don't have pro? I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying like through the student dev pack? That sounds like a bug, maybe. Okay, and you don't have any of the pro features, like Launchpad? That sounds like a topic marketing thing. Let me post that. So when you say teams here, like, are you not able to create a team? No, 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 that's fine. Like, are you not able to create a team? Because that would be odd. Interesting. Okay. Let me. Oh, hold on. No, I think teams might be part of like a uh, higher tier. Pricing. Yeah, so you probably have pro, but not teams. Which after like the initial thing, it's like an extra $5. But yeah, hmm. Are education accounts customized for every institution? At GitKraken? I don't think so. I'm not sure how the student dev pack works, actually. I think it's probably just some like API that we hit through them. Yeah, no worries, Chisholm. I do think there should be something we could do. Yeah, I'm not sure how we would do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, yeah, the student dev pack is definitely like a Microsoft thing. And I know there's probably just some API we hit. But yeah, I'd floated it out there, like the teachers and like the team stuff. Yeah, I just it's easy enough to float. Why not? And then But okay. And recently I uncovered VB Matrix. I don't even know what that is. What's a virtual audio router thing? Okay. Writing a video on voice meter. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea, Patch Step. I find voice meter very confusing. But okay, so back to what we're doing. And wait, did I close Theo's chat? Yes, I did. So what I want to do is I want to match against a time frame. So real quick, for everyone joining, what I'm building is a listener tool to listen to all messages posted to Blue Sky and then notify you when a certain keyword has been selected. Something that I think we could use at GitKraken, and it's just kind of a fun thing to build while I'm deciding what I want to rename my other software as a service thing. So basically, the part we're at right now is we're just doing the auth, and I have recently learned about OpenAPI specs, which allows not like specifications themselves, but the library is called specs with an EX at the end, and how they do their annotations to generate the OpenAPI YAML file, which I find pretty cool. But yeah, the part we're on right now is just validating our magic link. Hold on one second. Ah, auto completion. It's getting me. All right. Yeah. Elixir has a nice clean syntax. It's very Ruby as far as the syntax goes, but very functional in some of the stuff it does, which is a little nicer. And it's built on top of the Beam VM, which means you get scalability and a lot of stuff kind of out of the box. The only thing it doesn't have is static typing. It does have strong typing, which means you will get errors to throw when your types don't match, but you don't get really good static typing here, right? So I can hover email and it just says variable. It doesn't know it's a string. Yeah, I probably should do the swipe typing stuff. Yeah, the pipe operator. Yeah, that one's good. I think there's a plan for a pipe operator in JavaScript eventually too, right? I think it's a proposal. I don't know if it's dead or not, but I like the idea. But yeah, so the thing we want to do is create. So we're going to get the now. And we want to do an add value of it. So yeah, right? We're using ecto date time. Does it have to be an import? That doesn't seem right. We should be able to alias ecto datetime. That's just because we're not using it, right? Yeah, so that should be fine. Yeah, swipe typing. Like, the original implementation was like swipe with a Y or whatever, right? Okay, so yeah, back to this part. So this is what we're looking at. And I think created at should be a date time. Oh, no. Like, that's the nature of streaming. Like, I'm totally okay with it. Yeah. If I didn't want tangents, I wouldn't be streaming. And I can't remember if we can do this. And we can just make it fail. Yeah, so if it's not less than, we get to the unauthorized. So then this part would be... Let's look at what they're recommending again. Okay, so alias is not what we need. We want import. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. Interesting. Why is ecto datetime not available even though we're getting date times from it? Oh, I guess it's its own thing? No, it's just part of Ecto. There you go. Yeah, just flip the bit. Is there an ectoplasm class? Oh, that I don't know. Not sure. Um, I'm surprised the alias even worked. So, let's double check this again. Yeah, so neither of those are good. Yeah, it's got to be the import then. Let's try it in T3 chat. Why not? Uh, yeah, that's Gemini blowing it. Yeah, no, that's Gemini blowing it. Uh, like we definitely have Ecto. Like that's part of Phoenix at the core. Like Phoenix Ecto. Maybe we do need to bring in Ecto separately. I think, yeah, Gemini might be doing that. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, so I might just want to use the naive date times instead. Okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Let me look at this. If we go and look at... Yeah, let's look in here. Oh, hold on. Might need to migrate the DB. No, that should be fine. All right, so we've generated a user, I think. I just want to see what the data looks like inside of here. Data type. Timestamp without time zone. Yeah, no worries, past step. Yeah, have a good one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go walk the dog. So Ecto is doing a timestamp when we do the timestamps thing, which makes sense. When we look at what we end up getting out of it, though, we are doing UTC date time. So yeah, it may be a naive date time under the hood anyway. Okay. So yeah. No, it might be right. Yeah, so we head back into here. All right, so then 10 minutes ago isn't being used. What we want to do here is... I don't think I want to do from... Well, let's autocomplete that and see what happens. Ah, so the OK user one? I don't think that's actually correct. Yeah, so that was not correct. All right. So we're not returning this as a tuple from compare. We might just have to match on it. Oh. It's not ideal, but it'll work. Ooh, maybe not, though. Yeah, that part's just wrong. So instead, let's do this. That's right. Because we have to fetch that. So then we can pattern match on that part. Yeah, we can grab out the user. Oh, so it's this part. Aha, so it really was that part that it was complaining about. Okay, cool. So then, yeah, get user by email, I probably just defined wrong, which is not true, though. Yeah, that repo.getBy should be good. Yeah, so something is fundamentally wrong with what we're doing here. Let me get more music going. Yeah, user is definitely defined. The thing it's complaining about is not being able to like pattern match this line. But get user by email is definitely doing the get by. Let's go back to it real quick. Oh, that's it. So it's not going to be the okay thing. Right. Is there a different... Yeah, we don't want to use the exclamation point. Ooh, so maybe you're misreading that. So yeah, get by here is actually the type or like the struct that's going to come back. So yeah, it's a little confusing. All we need to do is pass the email from our function up here. This is more like the struct that it's doing some like pattern matching magic for. Oh, uh, so hold on. We can do that, but then I think I messed this up. Because that's by... Yeah, this is by email encode, not user. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, it's by email encode, not user. So that's also an issue I've got. So that should work now. No squiggle? We get a little one here. Okay, so now this part comes back, and we want that to be LT. There we go. So accounts is basically a repository. If you're familiar with the repository pattern in like ORMs or technically query builders, it basically houses all of like the convenience functions, so we're not having to write raw SQL in all of our controllers. If we go and look back at this, right, you can kind of see that it's abstracting out the need to bring in user because we can just scope it to accounts. So it's a little bit of just like indirection. So repo.all is then using the user struct, and it's doing some like query building under the hood for us using ecto, which is our query builder. So then, convenience function is just list users rather than having to call like repo.all and the struct everywhere. The main use case of a repository is that you may end up storing this data elsewhere, right? And your controller code would still call list users, but you could change how this query works inside of here, right? And yeah, what's up, Hunar, over on YouTube? Cheers. So I don't know. I like the repository pattern, if only for like making our code a little more readable. Instead of having to see repo.getBy everywhere, it's just, the actual like domain is accounts. Kind of, yes. Elixir is not object-oriented. So there's no inheritance or anything like that. So the idea of a model is less strict. But yes, consider... so Elixir is not any of that. Phoenix is the framework on top of Elixir. Phoenix is very much like Ruby on Rails. So Elixir is the language, right? So if we were to like replace the words, it would be Elixir on Phoenix at that point. Very much how like Laravel would be PHP on Laravel or whatever, right? And yeah, this is some of the gradual typing stuff that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, the whole reason Ruby on Rails has launched some of the largest applications in the world, like Shopify or Stripe or GitHub, is because it values developer productivity over pretty much everything, right? Ruby isn't a fast language. Ruby on Rails makes it even slower. But your developer productivity is, in most organizations, your most expensive resource. So if you can save developer time by using something less performant, you're usually going to get better returns on your investment into those developer hours, right? Now, that does also point out that eventually you're going to hit performance bottlenecks, and then you need to optimize around them. But hitting those bottlenecks is a nice problem to have because it means you actually have users. So being able to launch something super fast with as little developer time as possible ends up having a lot of value. And then once you've proven the idea, you can make it faster. All right, microservices and all sorts of junk. Phoenix is still functional. Yeah. Right? Like the way that I'm doing all of this like pattern matching type stuff, it's kind of nice. It's slightly procedural with like else statements and stuff, but like piping and all that. Definitely functional. You never got into Ruby. You tried it many years ago, but didn't like it. Something didn't feel right. It's just a syntax. Once you get past the syntax, who cares? If you don't like the syntax, that's fine. If you want something that's on the beam, like VM, which is really like the magic of Elixir, then you can also check out Gleam. Gleam ends up having more of a like an OCaml feel to it, in my opinion. Not exactly, but I don't know. Feels like JavaScripty and OCaml kind of like mixed together. So yeah, might be worth checking out Gleam. I think Gleam is a little too early for someone like me who doesn't want to write all of their libraries from scratch. I am pretty lazy. Yeah, like with a more static type system, like a bunch of these errors wouldn't have been encountered, right? And Elixir is working on adding types, right? That's what the whole like spec verify thing, or not spec, what the whole like spec thing does here. We can actually give these types, which this would be plug.con.t. Boom, no problem, right? And then you get like, you know, stronger types from your editors and stuff like that. Now, I don't really need it for my endpoints, but for, you know, functions like this, it would have actually been helpful. Now, hold on. Let's look at this. Get user by email. What we can actually see is that, yeah, that type should have been stronger for us. That, like, destructuring shouldn't have been a big deal. Yeah, OTP is like Open Telephony Protocol or something like that. I think it's Telephony Protocol. I forget what the O is. I think it's open. But basically, that is the magic behind Elixir and Erlang and Gleam. Gleam less so. I think it's experimental still. But that is what allows you to treat everything as just a process. Whether it's on this server in just another process or whether it's on an entirely separate server around the world, they still communicate with each other via message passing in a really like cool, scalable way without you having to like know about that. You don't need to establish like server mesh bullshit. Now, you do need to do that when you're using Kubernetes, but that's a Kubernetes problem. But yeah, so I think we're good here. But okay, so we haven't created the magic link yet. We want to do that. So let's do that part. We don't need to send the link at the moment, but we do need to generate the magic link. So then this would be accounts and create magic link, which I don't think we've actually defined yet. So we got to go do that. And is it create? Let me double check that part. It is, yeah. Let me look at how they're typing some of this. Oh, interesting. Have I tried out Cursor? Yeah, I used Cursor to generate like a pretty ugly bash script. Ghosty shaders. Oh, and I need to make a PR for some of this stuff. But basically, Ghosty shaders is a library someone else maintains. I created a few extras of like the shaders, like this weird like sky thing and some of these others. This one's kind of fun. I just went and combed through all of the shaders, or not all of the shaders, but a bunch of shaders from Shader Toy and decided, hey, it'd be fun to make that. But the original Ghosty Shaders repo doesn't have any preview images. So instead, I needed to create this bash script, and I used Cursor because I wanted to give it a shot to actually build most of this out. And there's definitely some fixes to make. But, yeah, the part that I was looking for was really, how do we do, like, the OSA scripting stuff? Right, so we need to, like, script a terminal application, launch it up. So technically, I haven't looked at this code for a while. Oh, okay. So yeah, I had Ghosty open by default. Oh, there we are. Yeah. So we open Ghosty, then we pass some keystroke stuff to it so we can navigate and show some like content in the shader area, and then we needed some FFmpeg stuff. So yeah, Cursor definitely helped out with a bunch of this boilerplate. It wasn't like fully vibe codable, but it was pretty close. I think I had to do some like manual modifications that were just easier than some of the other BS. But it was mostly vibe coded. It's not terribly complicated. I just don't write much bash, and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. And it was definitely quicker than if I had hand coded it myself. Let me get some more music going. Got plenty of water. We could do a whiskey here in a sec. I don't want to do too many. I overdid it last night at a concert. But let me get some beef thawing so I can do some pho tonight for dinner. And yeah, I haven't tried any agent stuff yet. But yeah, BRB, 1 sec. Okay. So hold on, let me catch up on chat. So yeah, cursor is ahead of Copilot when you add the rules, indexing, get, specify prompts, etc. Sure. And alrighty. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? And yeah, I really like Theo's chat. Like, yeah, T3 chat's good. He did a really good job with it. No, Tommy. Ooh, all right, hold on. Is it a paid feature? Do I have to sign up? I'm kidding. Flashbang. Sorry, I should have warned you before I did it. That is a nice light mode. Sorry about that. Should have warned you ahead of time. Hey, what's up, Todd? How you doing? Oh, and Todd, I think I totally didn't realize that was you a few times back. The lobster definitely helped. Because, yeah, you changed up your name. Right? Or am I thinking of a different Todd? It's gotta be. No, that is you. So is this a brand new account rather than, like, changing your name? That is you. All right. I was gonna say, like, I thought you had mod privileges. You should. Yeah, sorry about that, Todd. Is it like a whole new account? Because you know you can change your name, right? Okay. Yeah, you didn't have to create a whole new account. Twitch allows you to update your name like once every 6 months, and you can change the casing of it. I think every what is it? Every 2 weeks, something like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. No. That makes a lot of sense. Very smart. I think separating gaming and programming accounts is a good idea. There are some people that can make it work, but I think it's tough. So now I'm fine leaving that one as mod. Yeah, no worries. No, it's really tough. I think very few people can do it. But yeah, awesome work on T3 chat. I like the button. Yeah, that border on the button's nice. All right, so we can close that, close that. Let's get back to what we're doing here. Create magic link. I'm not sure how to do this specification better. And honestly, yeah, I want to do this instead. So we're going to do email and code. Oh, and someone sent a message request, accept. Oh, and yeah, let me reply. And Chisholm, is that you? I don't have the full name showing because of streamer mode, but yeah. Um No, no, no. It's fine. I wanted to respond to you real quick anyway. Um oh, and oh, yeah, yeah. There we go. Um and yeah, yeah, like no stress at all. I'm stoked that you're trying it out. Like that's really awesome. That doesn't seem right at all. I'm just gonna comment that for now. But yeah, hold on. I'm actually really curious. Let me look at this for you real quick. So, are you using desktop? Oh, sorry. 1 second. Oh, Bones. I think you asked this question previously, right? So Graphite is really all about stacked PRs, right? Like that is their bread and butter feature. We want to do something similar at Get Kraken at some point, but yeah, Graphite is really all about stacked PRs. Yeah, and I got sidetracked previously without even like I remembered the next day, but you just weren't here. So then, yeah, Get Kraken is focused more on like other team features, right? Like Launchpad, etc. So yeah, I think what you're looking at is maybe like here in the drop down for the issues, you could do open in GitHub. But I think it's tricky because I'm not sure where, like, would we want the whole row to be clickable like that? I don't know. So I think, yeah, in the drop down here is probably what you're looking for, like open in GitHub. But you can also do things like merge directly from this page, right? Just bam. Voila. So that's kind of nice too. So you can definitely do a bunch of like PR and issue stuff directly from here without having to head to GitHub. But, you know, there's still like, I don't think you can make a comment. Yeah, so we don't do comments here. So the number is clickable as well. But yeah, just not the title. But I could leave that as some feedback. 1 second. I think that is some good feedback. Yeah, good feedback. No, I really appreciate this. You're helping me do my job, man. This is awesome. Yeah, number being clickable is good. I think, yeah, title being clickable should also just be a thing anyway, even if it's not immediately obvious because it doesn't underline or something. Yeah, I think still good feedback. Yeah, I think there's various reasons for just like branding, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Right, like a designer designed it as not looking exactly like a link. But even then, like, I agree with you, I think. Because you wouldn't want to do it as two separate links for screen reader purposes, right, Todd? Having them as one link element, even if they're styled differently, would still be like a better experience for screen readers. So I agree with that. But yeah, good feedback. Thank you. Yeah. So, Todd, it's more like the link, like the title still being like the white text, but then like the number being the blue text to where that's obviously a link visually, but then making sure that they're both one solid A tag and just using CSS nested inside of it to do that like styling. Right? Like like spans or something. Right? So yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing here. I'm going to get rid of this specification because it's bugging out for some reason. Then we get back to here. We are not doing that way. And yeah, Bones, I would definitely say try it out. Like, I think our focus is definitely on like team collaboration stuff. And I do think that's very interesting. Like, graphite versus Git Kraken versus oh shit. What's the other company where their big thing is like drag and drop like PR stuff? I don't think it's graphite. It's not Gitpod. So hold on, wait. Merge conference. I think that was the name of it, right? The Merge. Yeah, this is it. Oh, this dude's super cool. Yeah, I've chatted with him a few times at various conferences. I think it's Git Butler. Yeah. So if we go down, Git Butler is the company that puts this on, right? So like the way that you do virtual branching is really kind of cool. I'm wondering if they might be using work trees under the hood. But yeah, like really just the idea of like the virtual branch versus like like PR stacking versus GitKraken's like team features. They all kind of do like slightly separate things, which I think is really cool. Right? It's not really like one tool to rule them all. You can use all of them for certain things if you care. If you want. Right? Like, virtual branches and branch management. This is their bread and butter. Or bread and butler. So yeah, I don't know if the company would be stoked that I'm like giving other companies a little bit of credence, but I think they knew what they were getting because I'm about transparency and honesty as much as I can be. And I don't want to pull the wool over your eyes or bullshit you. I do think this is a cool feature. But yeah, the generate commit message stuff, we're doing that. And yeah, I think some of the AI stuff that we're going to be trying to do is going to be really cool too. One thing I really like is who here works with multiple repos that you wish were part of a monorepo, right? Oh, a new place for lobster rolls, eh? Nice, Todd. Okay, I'm down. I didn't realize that Mason's was a chain. We have a Mason's here in Seattle, too. Lure Fish House. Okay, yeah, sounds good. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I didn't know they had a multiple locations. So yeah, Mason's is great. Yeah, I'll have to give Mason's a try here in Seattle. See if it's any different. So here's the big thing, and like, let me just point this out. Where I was going before I distracted myself. Lobster roll sounds amazing right now, right? Would it benefit you if you were to create a work item, which is our term for it, where let's say you have your back-end repo and you have a front-end repo, and they're separate, but you kind of like want to treat them like they're a monorepo. So you update your types on the back end. You want to bring those types into the front end in some way. It gets really annoying trying to like just having to like make a PR for both. So instead, you could create a PR with one command using our new CLI. And I will be demonstrating that here soon. I can't demonstrate it today because I didn't copy things over and we haven't started working on the front end yet. But Yeah, basically it would be like, GK, like it's a command line tool at the moment. So this is something our command line's doing specifically that the other tools don't. You do GK like work create or something, picking the repos that you want to add to it, make your changes, and then you could even like do a commit of all the changes in both repos, and it commits to both repos with the same message. You can create a PR with one command for both repos. Right? Sounds really cool. So I think that would be really nice for a lot of organizations that wish they were in a monorepo. Yeah, so that's the thing, sudo. Like some companies just are really averse to monorepos, and there's very good reasons for that. The moment you go monorepo, you have to like really like fine tune your CI/CD so that you're only building certain steps in your CI/CD pipeline when certain bits change. And just you basically need like DevOps people maintaining that because the moment you go monorepo, there's a lot more like effort in your pipeline stuff. Whereas if it is multi-repo, you at least have that stuff self-contained without needing DevOps experts. So that's maybe the thought. Could you make a meta repo like Arch? So basically, you can do meta repo stuff, like submodules are a thing, but anyone who's ever used submodules knows that they're not a real option. Can you update both PRs at once as well? That part I haven't tested and fiddled with. I'll be messing around with it more. I just have like other content and work to do, but I do need to start like building out like video content for this CLI functionality. So I'll fiddle with it and I'll find out for you. Fiddle around and find out. But yeah, no, that's a good idea. Like, what about updating the PRs? So four wheel, I will be using it here on stream once I create the front end for the project we're working on right now. Like it's pre-release, but it's not like a big secret, right? We just don't want to do a big public release, and we haven't done anything for like the package managers like Brew or anything yet, right? That'll happen at the end of the month, but I've gotten permission to at least like show you guys ahead of time to like build hype and get your feedback. Yes. So you know how GitKraken has the idea of workspaces that you saw me doing, right? Like in GK Dev, where I was like, right. So basically, you could just target a workspace and boom, right? So a workspace acts as that, but a big part of what we've done is not requiring a workspace to do that. So then you could do ad hoc stuff. No, you guys are great. Like, no, this is awesome. Like, this is good feedback, and I think the company would be stoked that I'm hyping this stuff up. Git, like partial checkout? No, we do have work tree support. So I don't know if you're aware of work trees. But yeah, worth checking. And hold on. You reckon that can ease the dev experience with Git submodules too? Yeah, I could see it working with Git submodules better too. That's actually a good call. That's a good point. Yeah, no, that was good feedback. I passed that on too. Make Git submodule cool again. There you go. Doesn't quite flow off the tongue, but it works. Yeah, not sure about the again part. Like anyone who's used Git submodules know they suck. They are just awful. But yeah, all right, cool. So let's. I was wondering why all these were green because we merged one of the Dependabot things, and Dependabot then updated the repo. Okay. Interesting. But okay, yeah. Back to what we're doing. And I'm gonna do another beverage. Another whiskey lemonade. And yeah, let's get it going. No, that's fine. Like, no, this is great. Specify the order of the PR as they have to be merged. That I don't know of. Yeah, so that part gets trickier. And this is one of the things that I've kind of pushed back a little bit on. So I gotta toy with it more. But that could be a nice feature. Like, if anything, it wouldn't be something we enforce, but maybe it could, like, add something as a comment within, like, a PR description. I'll keep that in mind. That's not a bad one. Yeah, because that's well, keep in mind that that is basically what Git Butler does. Right? Git Butler's oh no, not Git Butler. Sorry, Graphite. Right? So Graphite's like big feature, I believe. Oh no, they got some cool stuff. Yeah, so automatically split large PRs. That's kind of nice. But then yeah, the stack here. So yeah, I think stacking PRs and having some like magic to how they should be merged would be cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be harder to enforce it, but at least like adding comments could be useful. And we could maybe even build out integration, or not integrations, like automation triggers for some of that stuff. Yeah, I think that could be really cool. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. No worries, Todd. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Ooh, fine dining tonight with pizzas. Hell yeah. Pinky up. Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure Graphite has something. I'm pretty sure Graphite has something for like multiple people and still doing like the stacked PR stuff. Like it just shows a single person, but that's really just like the automatic splitting part. Ooh, they've got like a pull request inbox feature too. But yeah, the merge queue. Ooh, that seems broken. So yeah, their website seems totally broken. Cool. Awesome. I like to see a team shoot themselves in the foot if we're a competitor. Honestly, I think there's room for everyone. I think competition is healthy too. But let me get some more music going. Oy. Oy. Yeah, wearing earbuds all day. That's what it was. There's a flake of skin, I think. But whatever. We're good. Sorry for the grossness. So yeah, let's get back to it. I think, yeah, thank you for the discussion on that stuff. That was hugely helpful. And any other questions, feel free. Like, I actually really welcome the distractions because I believe in the diffuse thought process. So while you guys are asking questions, I am actually like, thinking about the problems I need to do anyway without having to think about them. So yeah, let's at least double check this part. So then we go mix Phoenix server. That part seems fine. We're going to do a login with foo at example.com. Oh, and it died. If he dies, he dies. Shit. column email of relation magic links doesn't work. Right. Yeah. Okay, so let's roll back all. And yeah, email is actually just string. So then email encode. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works better. Yep. Okay, so then mix ecto migrate. Spin the server back up. Because, yeah, we want to use magic links not just for existing users. So basically, this is what's called an atom, right? String here is actually just an atom that references the string, right? So this translates under the hood to string, basically. What that means, though, is that it's statically allocated. So when you do an atom, those atoms are existing a single time in memory. So you don't have to, like, you know, like each string here is like allocated every time you make a new string, right? So instead, elixirs like VM can reuse this string by using an atom. The string.t is actually more for like type specification stuff. So you'll pretty much only see string.t in like spec for like specifying things for the stronger type system rather than just what's native. So basically, string.t is something you'll only ever really use when you're doing like a spec to describe the values that go into a function. Right? Because as an example, change set here, it knows that it's user and adders, but it doesn't actually know what those are. Does that make sense? So yeah, just anytime you see an atom with like the colon whatever in front of it, just remember that that is basically just a string of whatever value that atom is, but it makes it to where it reuses that like chunk of memory so that you're not like over allocating memory for a string that's being reused. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, there is a limit to the amount of atoms you can have. And hold on, did we start the server? We did. So if we go to, let's see. Yeah, I don't think I have that spun up. So let's just go dashboard. Never mind. There we go, dev dashboard. Here we should be able to see how much RAM is occupied by the atoms. I believe Java's VM may do something like that for you too, but here it's more explicit. right? Whereas I think Java might just see, like at compile time, how often a specific string is used, as an example. So here it's less magic at compile time with a trade-off of just having a different syntax. So yeah, the amount of atoms you can have is actually like hard capped at 1,048,000. We're only consuming 35,000 right now, so it's probably not going to be a problem for our application. But you can quickly run into some of that stuff. Like, I've talked with at least a couple Elixir devs where they hit the cap on atoms because of how their JSON stuff was working. So there's certain ways that you can like destructure JSON in a way that you get either a map with strings, like doing these things, or you get atoms from those props. Technically, you can run into, like, if you have very large JSON structures, overdoing it on the atoms because of the JSON library under the hood. Very rare to actually have that problem, but it is still something that could happen. Y'all know Jay Larkey? I forget what his other names are, but basically he's like a Twitter personality. Very cool dude. He's the person I actually learned that there's a cap on atoms from. Like, now we see it here, but I didn't actually know that. Yeah, it's fine. If you want, like, look at enough Twitter, you'll see him eventually. Very smart dude. I forget what his like other handle is, but yeah, he's got Jay Larkey and then some other handle too. So you might know him by his other handle. I don't know. Meh. But yeah, this is one of the nice things about Phoenix. I wasn't aware that Phoenix actually started shipping one of these dashboards. It's actually really kind of nice. So yeah, Dashbit and Dockyard helped contribute this. So yeah, pretty cool. And you can start looking at like memory allocators and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, becomes pretty nifty. Built with Phoenix. I mean, it's part of the Phoenix framework. Like, this is something that is like core part of Phoenix now. So you get this out of the box unless you tell it not to scaffold that for you. So yeah, if you do like mix phoenix.new, you're going to be able to like generate all this stuff. No, four wheel. Yeah. No, that was actually a mistake. Someone tagged the wrong person. I know, right? Yeah, I would definitely be missing a flight. So yeah, no. Yeah, it's for an event, but I guess I just don't need to be there. So, I would have enjoyed being there. Like, I could have traveled for it. Whatever. But I don't know if it makes sense to go. I mean, the other coworker had to fly there too. So yeah, I'm not sure. It was probably a more expensive flight because they were flying from the East Coast too. But they're also just like the contact for Atlassian and a bunch of that stuff because it's like a co-Atlassian Get Kraken thing. I mean, if they had asked me, sure, but also like we've got a bunch of stuff coming up that I am like involved in that this person who flew there is not involved in, right? Because of just like the product that they work on. So, yeah, give or take. I don't mind. But yeah, flights, hotels, like that doesn't come out of my pocket. They'd cover that shit. And I'd get to use my Marriott Bonvoy card to rack up some points so that I could get a free stay somewhere, like TwitchCon. Which I should probably start. Like, have they announced the dates for TwitchCon this year? I don't want to do what I did last year and wait till like the week before, because then like the Marriott Bonvoy stuff like might be full up. They have announced it. Okay, so October 17th to 19th. So yeah, I should start booking my shit. Because I really like TwitchCon. Not a huge fan of San Diego, but whatever. But okay, so we spun the server back up. Cool. So then the next step, I want to double check this. We do a send. That's an okay. We get that link. This would actually be a post still. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. Okay, so that failed out on us. Yeah, we got there, Chisholm. Yep. So we got a 401, but why? Yeah, no worries, Chisholm. Thank you. So basically, our verify endpoint here failed. Yeah, Clippy, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, so user is nil. Mm. So I guess here's the big thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Clippy is taking the place of the explosions, which I'm fine with. Because, yeah, we're not creating the user. So it's really like here in the login, we'd want to create the user if they don't exist. Yeah, like, this is definitely a problem for like the Magic Link stuff. In previous projects, I've just created the user. I want to make sure that there's no like timing attack. So what we could do and I know a timing attack isn't going to be the end of the world here, but it's still better if we solve it because it's good practice. What we don't know is specifically how long the database queries are going to take. So, like, we don't know how long to make a fake, like a fake request for, right? Like what duration a fake request would take, and we just do a timeout kind of thing. Now, what we could do is just we could add a prop to the user that's something like last logged in at, and then just update that whenever a login attempt is requested. So then updating that value would be roughly around the same amount of time as creating a new user. I think I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. So that's what we'll do. All right, so when login happens, hold on. What we want to do is roll back the DB. It's not going to be the exact same thing, but it shouldn't be too bad because we're not using an indexed value. It's not going to require creating a new index, though. So there will be a subtle difference in timing. I think it's okay. It's at least better than not. So yeah, let's go do that. And I just rolled back the database because that makes this easy. Create users. Add last log. I swear this thing's listening to my microphone. What the fuck? I don't have a microphone on the Mac Mini, actually. What the fuck? Dude. All right. Something ain't right. Like, holy shit, dude. Huh. Whatever. Yeah, they're just reading our thoughts. Exactly. Would you like to play a game? How about a nice game of chess? Global thermometer nuclear war. Yeah, exactly. And there you go. That's what happens when you split a mercury atom. It's whiskey lemonade, but yeah, about the same. Yeah, there you go. Ah, hell yeah, Tommy. All right, so Last login at can be nullable. I don't think it's required, though. So then, yeah, we go to our database seeds, and yeah, last login at can be null. And yeah, man, shit, I already forgot who said it, but yeah, the submodule comment about the multi-repo stuff, fucking brilliant. Yeah, we got to start working that into our messaging. Just brilliant. Like, nicely done. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, we get back to that auth controller. And yeah, this bit. So we would then do a with I think that ends up being wrong. Yeah, no, we don't want to do any of that. Yeah, so what's the order in which we do these? We check for a user. And this would be a nice place for a case statement. That's fine, Tommy. I would say JavaScript works on the back end as well. So I would really focus on learning back end and front end JavaScript first because the syntax will stay familiar to you. And then once you understand some of the paradigms around back end code, then learning a back end focused language would be a good idea. But totally up to you. You get to pick and choose. I would just say, like, server-side JavaScript with Node.js is totally a thing. And there will be some, like, learning curves around that, but at least you don't have to learn a whole new syntax, which might be valuable at least while you're still trying to learn. I am definitely an advocate for learn all the languages you can, but there's like a right time for that. And I think learning back-end paradigms in general are easier when you're able to use like a familiar syntax still. So, right, like database stuff and blah, 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 like REST APIs and how they work, like building one. All of that stuff you can figure out with a familiar syntax still. And then after you've done that, yes, absolutely learn other languages. Python, Ruby, totally makes sense. I don't care, right? Learn all of them. The more languages you learn, the more you realize that they're all doing basically the same stuff, and then you get way better. Yeah. So what I'm getting at, though, Tommy, is like the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in the way you're thinking of it is the front end. And then you can use JavaScript to create the back end that your front end communicates with. and you don't have to learn a whole new syntax for it. Now, you do have to learn what building a backend feels like. So you're going to be dealing with different frameworks and some of that stuff, but you still get to have like the same common syntax. Again, do whatever the hell you want, but that's what I'm getting at, right? Like building a backend is very different from building a front end. And if you try and mix like too many like things that you have to learn at once, that's when you run into issues. In my opinion, and you know, take it with a grain of salt, but in my opinion, I think that's a problem a lot of people run into with whatever framework they pick first for front end code, right? If they pick React first, they have to learn routing and state management and all that bullshit. And then when they jump to another framework, that next framework feels easier. Like, feels easier to learn, right? Smaller learning curve because you're no longer dealing with, like, the semantics of state management and component life cycles and blah, 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 right? Because you already know those patterns. So then it becomes just applying those patterns to a different framework. So your second framework is always going to feel like an easier, like, learning curve. I think that's something a lot of people fall into. Right? If you start out with Angular, Angular also makes you learn like RxJS and a whole bunch of shit. Your next framework, no matter what it is going to be less complicated because you still had to put in the work to learn about front-end routing. You still had to put in the work to learn state management. Stuff like that. So yeah, we create the user versus updating the user. Yeah. You can't really trust a lot of those things. Because I still think, you know, a lot of those people started with Angular first, maybe, and then moved on. Or they're just a fanboy for their favorite tool anyway. Like, if you only know one framework, it's going to be your favorite one. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let me put it this way. I don't trust a lot of people's general opinions. Like as a whole, there are people I listen to for sure. But like groups of people, pretty much never. Right? Groups of people like watching American Idol. That should tell you all you need to know. Yeah, right? Groups of people like terrible, terrible things. Right? Pop music, pretty much garbage. Groups of people listen to Katy Perry and all that shit. Like, no thank you. It's not for me. So I don't tend to listen to groups of people. All right, it's that quote from Men in Black, right? A person's smart, but people are scared. Something like, I forget the quote. Hold on. I don't want to get it wrong. A person is smart. Hold on. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals. And you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that humans were alone on this planet. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow. Right? Like, it's just such a good quote. Man, like, so well written and so well delivered. You know, Tommy Lee Jones has a degree from Harvard. He's no slouch. Don't sell yourself short, Tommy Lee Jones. You're a tremendous slouch. Sorry. That's a Caddyshack quote. Or almost a Caddyshack quote. No, he actually went to Harvard. He graduated from Harvard. It's not some honorary degree. Like, before he was an actor, he graduated from Harvard. Yeah, exactly. Which kind of explains why he told Jim Carrey, I cannot sanction your buffoonery. Like, that right there. Holy shit, dude. That is an educated statement in general. But okay, so update user. Man, I haven't done an update user or like an update in Elixir for a while. I'm going to have to go look at these docs, but let me get another album going. All right, so the thing we got to look at is here. Nope, not there. It's on the repo. All the way down in the basement. All right, so get user by email. Looks right to me. I think I need to flip it around. Yep, that would be it. What's up, stud? That's a good name. Basically, right now we're building out an API for a tool to listen for mentions on social media. So you would give keywords, we would listen for those keywords and notify you when those keywords are mentioned by anyone. We're going to start out with Blue Sky, but I think really there would be value to other platforms too. Blue Sky makes it really easy. I think that can be our MVP, and if it starts taking off for that, then getting some kind of other services going would be worthwhile. But it gets tricky. It gets really tricky. Right? Like Twitter's API stuff is gnarly. But there is a service that exists, right? Like F5bot is definitely something worth paying for. But I think we can do more. I think we can do way more. So yeah, Reddit, Hacker News, or Lobsters, I think we could modify in a nicer way, right? Like, we could basically just take those three things, listen to them, and add those on top of our Blue Sky stuff. I'm a little surprised that F5bot hasn't started doing that yet. But yeah, I really think like an F5bot clone could be a legitimate business. Like, they're making money already, right? This part's free, sure. No artificially low usage limit, right? Because they're already listening for this stuff. But yeah, I think there's more that we could do integration-wise, right? They only do email, where we could do email, we could do Discord channel like messaging, we could do Slack, we could do all sorts of stuff. So I think there'd be a lot of value in, yeah, basically building a clone. I don't know of any other clones that do this stuff. So yeah, it could be some good value. But we're mainly building this as a way to dog food my other software as a service that we need to start working on again here soon. Right? And that is like quota and like balance management as a service. So think about how like Use Autumn works, except Use Autumn is focused on basically being a Stripe wrapper. I don't give a shit about only supporting Stripe. People are on other platforms, and we can expand our total addressable market beyond what Autumn does because we're not concerned with payments whatsoever. So then we can support Steam. We can support the App Store, right? And instead it comes down to managing balances and quotas without having to deal with like the transactional part of taking people's money. So I think Autumn is actually like narrowing themselves down a little too much. And I think with what I'm doing, we can be more generic, but it also means that there's less value add. Because making Stripe easier to use is definitely like a legitimate business. I just think their TAM is smaller. Because, yeah, it doesn't handle Steam, right? Like, at all, you know? Steam doesn't use Stripe. So instead, like, we could target game devs. We could target all sorts of stuff. We could target people using Paddle. We could target people using PayPal, right? Any of that. Like, I don't give a shit. So I think our TAM is actually way bigger, while our product is maybe less specific and maybe not quite as helpful. No. It's not pre-recorded. I'm just in the middle of a rant, man. You've heard of Ant-Man. I am Rant-Man. Yeah. Just think about, I sounded like an actor, so professional. Ooh, nice. I'll take it. Hell yeah. Camera quality is really good. Yes, I'm proud of that. Like, you can see the individual pores on my nose, right? Like, oh God. But yeah, no, I think it's good. Thank you. Really? I think there's other pretty crispy streams too that are good. But yeah, a lot of like the coding streamers actually like put themselves like really small down in the corner. But then like, and I'm sure it's because they want people to like see the code, but then they don't actually zoom in on their text enough for you to be able to read the code. You know? So what's the point? The way that I explain my ideas and like the stuff I'm building? Yeah, thank you. I've been streaming for about 6 years, so yeah, like having to explain the code and the things I'm building and why and blah blah blah, like it's practice, you know? And the product description I was giving, practice. I've had to explain my project every time someone comes in and asks what I'm building. So I get better at explaining it every time. Even if I explain it poorly, I still get better by recognizing I shouldn't explain it that same way again. But okay, so we do this part. Oh, and sorry, 1 second. Catalaxia? There you go. You can do links, but I can read your message anyway, so you don't have to repaste it. You have a weird question. If you wanted to use streamer.bot to make a command that pulls user's name and target's name, would you need to access Twitch APIs? What is target in this case? And I don't know. I think what you're asking for is like people's like personal identification stuff. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I haven't used streamer.bot, but there's a way to do it with Nightbot. I would assume streamer.bot has a similar thing. I don't know for sure, though. Yeah, I've never used streamer.bot. I tend to just build my own bots using TMI.js. Right? Like my chat overlay and all this stuff, right? So Bones, like, you don't need to. Like, there's an SDK for basically everything. Right? Like, there is some library in whatever language you're looking for, unless you have some obscure language. No, I get that. That makes sense. Streamer.bot is C#, though, right? Yeah, exactly. So I've just used TMI.js before. But what you're talking about, like, if we just look at it, right? Like with TMI.js, it's as simple as some JavaScript where you connect to the client, right? You connect, and then from there you listen for messages, and you can get the user's name by just looking at the tags object. So there would be something similar with streamer.bot, I'm pretty sure. What do you mean by that, Stud? Like, honestly, the language has nothing to do with it. As far as, like, being hacked, that's about how you handle data and how you validate data more than anything. The language has nothing to do with it. You can write insecure code in any language. Yeah, no worries, Stud. Like, there are certain languages that help with certain things. Like, Rust will make sure that you don't have, like, buffer overflow issues, right? Rust can help you with that part. But Rust can't prevent you from doing, like, allowing SQL injection, as an example, right? Like, depending on how you do it, you could always write insecure Rust code. Now, so Catalixia, it really does depend on streamer.bots API. So I'm sure there's something there. I haven't used it. But you're going to need to like read through their documentation. We can go look at it real quick for you. Why not? We're getting sidetracked anyway, so whatever. I would guarantee that it's somewhere in their documentation. I just, I don't use it, so I don't know. No, yeah, well done. So yeah, it looks to me like username is just this like value that you could use there. So basically it's like a template tag. So this is probably what you're looking for. No, and I get that. I do want to say, like, we don't like people blaming any of that stuff. So whether you have ADHD or not, or maybe you don't have it and you're just like, making a joke about it. I'd prefer it like, no, you can just simply say you get distracted easily. I don't think the label helps. Right? Instead of someone saying they're OCD, they can just say they're obsessive. Because I don't like the idea of people throwing them around. Even if you do have it, there are people that will use it and they don't, and it trivializes it. So instead, we can just break it down to the part that is making you not able to get there, or something you think might help you get there, whatever. I don't like the idea of blaming anything on a label. But yes, I think what you're looking for is something like this username tag. No, and I get that. That's fine. But by someone who does have it, using it, it encourages other people to use it that might not. And instead, the label just doesn't help. I mean, technically, that's not a symptom of ADHD. A symptom of ADHD is that you get distracted easily. Yeah, squirrel. So I'm not sure where your thoughts on the hyperfocus thing comes from, but that's not a typical symptom, which is why I don't necessarily like it being applied in that context. Does that make more sense? You can just say you can hyperfocus. Boom, that makes it easy, right? And then like the label doesn't matter. But yeah, later, Tommy. Have a good night. So yeah, I think what you're looking for is something like this. Username is probably exactly it. CV, why can you see live good in YouTube and Twitch so bad? YouTube probably doesn't compress the video nearly as much. It's possible that on Twitch they were changing the quality on you based upon your connection speed. That's also a thing. But yeah, real quick, let me use the restroom and pour some more water, and I will be right back. But yeah, BRB, let me go use the restroom. Okay. Ooh, there you go, Swampy. All right. Anyway, you'd love to do game development and make money off of it, don't know where to start. So, one thing I do want to point out, Moldy, is game dev as a career at like large gaming companies is not a great job, right? Like the biggest companies out there, like Blizzard and, like Ubisoft and blah, 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 right? Like, they actually like churn through people, like EA especially. Like, they churn through developers because they know that every kid just wants to be a game dev. So instead, you're better off just becoming a software dev and then doing game stuff on the side. And then, eventually, like as an indie, you have something successful, right? I would just point that out because, yeah, game devs are typically paid way less than other software devs in general. And they get laid off way more often because when a big studio releases a game, all the people that built the game don't have as much to do because the maintenance is less. Unless you're talking about like a live service game, like Path of Exile or World of Warcraft even. But yeah, as far as like traditional single player games go, or games that just aren't a service, yeah, those studios need to keep either like making a bunch of games and having a pipeline for what they want to build, or they end up laying a bunch of people off once the game's released. But also, there's a lot of crunch time. There's a lot of just like, ugh, to the game dev industry. Instead, yes, I'd say build indie games. Absolutely. Totally worthwhile. Like, I 100% recommend building indie games. But yes, if you want to learn dev, I tend to recommend Free Code Camp. Keep in mind that Free Code Camp is about web dev stuff. Doesn't mean that once you learn web dev, you have to be a web dev. But web dev is one of the easiest ways to get started. So I'd throw that out there. It's just simply like, learn web dev and then branch out into whatever you want. But learning the fundamentals first makes learning other languages and other stuff easier. Right? The amount of like tools and stuff you got to install, like meh. Right? Web dev you can do right there in the browser. So yeah, Free Code Camp is free. There's also 100 Devs, which is run by Leon Noel, and he is awesome. And I believe they have a cohort going now. You'd be joining late, but definitely a really, really good community. Yeah, I would say like college taught game dev sounds like a terrible idea to me, but if you're doing it, whatever. Very much like what I tend to mention. Yeah, Unity's faster to learn, but also like Unity versus Unreal, like the thing you're going to spend a lot of time on is the patterns, right? Like, making a game is a lot of the same patterns, regardless of the framework or language you use. Yeah, I would believe that, Chisholm, for sure. There's just more jobs available at that point. Yep. Yeah, Hokage, I am a collector of tabs. Suggestion for AI voice acting or like voices. Um, shit. What was the one we used a lot of? Play HT is the one that I've used the most. And I think Play HT had the best voices. One thing you might want to do is shit. Anyone remember what the name of the voice API thing? Was it Vappy? Yes, it was Vappy. So with Vappy, you can actually toy around with this stuff quite a bit. So Vappy is like a wrapper around all of these other providers. So when you sign up and like do some stuff, I think we can just go to the dashboard, right? I think I used GitHub. Right, so this is built around like assistants and stuff like that. But in the end, you can just build an assistant, give it a prompt, and then I think you can like then chat with it to test it. And what you would end up doing is like, sure, the model, the transcriber, that stuff doesn't matter as much. But then the voice, you can actually like replace and change these things as you see fit. And they've got a huge list. So then you don't have to sign up for all of these individually. You can like fiddle with them and test out the voices. So I'd say if you want to evaluate AI voices, Vappy's the best way to do it without having to like do all like sign up for all of these other services. And I feel like I had the best results with PlayHT. Right? Like Ruby here is the best. Like Ruby has this like really nice like sweet Australian accent. So yeah, PlayHT had like the most realistic, or not necessarily realistic. It had the most polished realistic voices. Whereas I think 11 Labs talks more like a real person, but in a bad way, like where they sound uncomfortable speaking in public, you know? Like not ideal. Maybe. It depends. Like, it really depends. I think you can probably find a friend or someone who likes doing voices. I actually like doing voices. I just haven't built out my AI, or not my AI, my voice acting like website. But yeah, if I had more time, I would like volunteer to do some voice acting for you. Because why not? Damn, did I ever launch that site? Yeah, I don't know if I ever launched my voice acting website yet either. No, and I understand that. I'm just going to say, like, it's nicer to support real people if you can. And I'm not sure how much voice actors cost. I think indie voice actors are probably kind of cheap. AI griffing dot what? No, it wasn't going to be AI. It was going to be voice acting. I just don't think I published it. Hold on. Let me pop open that tab. Why not? Hey, what's up, Juicebox? How you doing? Haven't seen you in ages. I don't know. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Oh, shit. Wait, really? That was weird. All right, so basically, we've got two characters in there right now. They don't matter, but here we go. I'm gonna hide my camera. That way you guys don't have to like see me making weird faces while I try and do some of these voices. Oh, here we go. So yeah, the quote is, oh, and shit, we don't have it recorded? I know, half the joy. Right, so the quote is, you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? So then just imagine this character, Herbert, I think that's the name we gave him. This is him saying that same quote. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Right? So yeah, like the old creepy wizard kind of like voice. You know? Yeah, like I want to be a voice actor. I know it's like really the wrong time to do it. But yes, like I bet you can find someone who's not a professional voice actor that wants to break in and would love to get a credit on someone's game. Like me, but I've got other shit I got to do and I just don't have the time to focus on it right now. And yes, I've got other voices I can do too, but I just, I don't want to pull out all the bag of tricks. People who've watched my gaming stream have seen me do a bunch of voices before. This is Whiskey Lemonade. But yeah, I like doing voices, and I do it on a bunch of games. It's even better when I start getting some like filters and other stuff on it. Because I keep getting distracted. Oh, you have D&D in 3 minutes, but you're back, so you'll be on again soon? Yes. And yeah, like I want to actually start like DMing some D&D stuff. But again, like there's only so much time, and I got a job and projects I want to work on, and I got a game, so there's only so much time in the day. Joe Swanson? Who's Joe Swanson? Do you mean Ron Swanson? Oh, hold on, Joe. Yeah, he's Patrick Warburton is the voice, right? No, I don't have my own game. No. I just mean like playing games. I really like playing games. Um, yeah. I'd have to actually like hear the voice. So when I'm trying to do like mimicry, I'm not a good impressionist. I'm a mimic. So I'd have to like hear it and then say it, and I don't know. I don't feel like doing it right now. Sorry. But that's probably also one that I'm just not great at. Yeah. Like to do any mimicry, I have to hear it first. So I don't know if you've ever seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine. There's a bit where like Jake Peralta gets like, like technically Captain Holt disappears or like something happens and they got to figure out what happened. So then Jake has to like pretend to be Captain Holt for a bit. And he's like, I'm walking, blah, blah, blah. And then he starts like falling out of the quote. And it's like, okay, hold on. No. I've got this thing where I need to hear him say it and then I can do the impression again. Peralta, that's enough. I'm walking. I like cheese. You know, like, yeah. Like, it's basically like that. Like, I need to hear the quote. I need some, like, trigger for, like, a character's voice. Yeah, like, I gotta hear it a bit. So I'm less of an impressionist and more of a mimic. But I do think I can do a bit of mimicry. Depending on the character. Depending on the voice. But yeah, I'm not going to get too deep into doing a bunch of voices right now. Peralta, that's enough. Yeah, it's like really good. I love that bit. Yeah. No, it's fine. Like, I could probably even do that one better if I heard it like recently. Yeah, I really do need to do the voice acting site here at some point. Like, I just need to record the clips. The site's built. Like, that part's done. Right? Like, we have a CMS for voice acting clips and all that. I need to do the recording. Oh, you were saying, yeah, like the creepy wizard voice. Yeah. Yeah, that one's good. That one I don't need to hear anything because, you know, that one's like made up in my head. Hold on. Here's like the bad German accent, right? Like the stereotypical bad German accent. It's not a good German accent, so take it easy, but it's like yeah, wouldn't you like to hold on, wait. Yeah, you could get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Yeah, it wasn't good. I haven't tried doing that one. But yeah, like, you know, you can do voices like that. They can still be fun. I didn't throw enough yas into the voice though, right? So, shit. Maybe take 2 or 3 would be better. But we're not going to do them right now. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, back to it. So the part we're on is we're getting an error here. We can close this one. We don't care about that one. That guy, I wouldn't worry about that guy. That one, no. ATProto Elixir, yes. So hold on. We dropped the table. Updating the user. Create magic link. And yeah, this is where we end up reverting what we did in this migration. So that stays user ID. And then here in Magic Link, let me double check this. Hold on. Nah, we do need IDs. Yep. Ah, and that did org ID. It's user ID. And that all looks good. So now we do that, and it should spin up. We're good. We're not done, though, and the part we care about is here in auth controller. We create the user, yes. We update the user, yes. Here, create magic link. So then here in auth controller, create magic link. This becomes user dot ID. And I think we want to return user because I'm not positive update user actually returns the user. It doesn't. Yeah. So hold on, wait. Okay, and user there. Okay, and user there. So actually, we're fine with that. And then this becomes... All right, so that should actually work now. We need to start the server. All right, so this one is login. We do foo.example. That gives us this. And then does verify actually work? Shit. Ah, yeah. So we don't have email anymore. That would be this part. Yep, get magic link by email and code. Oh, and Chisholm. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I missed a bunch of follows. Yeah. Yeah, we got a bunch after the Theo raid, too. So yeah, thanks everyone for the follows. Sorry I missed a bunch of them. Moldy, Exigal, like I'm guessing it's Eagle Gaming. Alexitico. Okay, so that one was a while ago. But yeah, thank you all for the follows. Appreciate it. Oh, yep. Nope, that would be that. Honestly, I don't think we need these. Those were for just inspecting stuff anyway. Hey! But for Hundo, bad request is wrong. Ah, so the ID can't be cast. Hmm. So what they're telling me here. Yeah, no worries, Chisholm. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I stream 5 days a week. I do take Wednesdays off though. So yeah, like tomorrow is a full day work day for me. Take a sip of Elixir, sign up, and join in on the fun. Ah, that's funny. Wow, this hasn't been updated in a while. That's kind of funny. Wow, this one seems super old. Yeah, so that was 2016. This one's 2018. They were both linked. Oh, is that what I need to do? Okay, so hold on. The error we just saw. Oh, wait, no, we saw it over here. And yeah, so yeah, you guys can't see the full thing, but we're getting an error there. The error is happening. In the auth controller, get magic link by user ID and code. Okay, so I think I want to roll back, and then in the magic link part, code is not a string. It's a binary ID. So then we go up to here. So yeah, if we do that, all right, so we'll do string.t. Do binary there. I see Elixir churning right now. I think that part's fine. And then, yeah, we saw in here, we probably want to do like ULID string to binary. All right, so then we get that back. So yeah, this okay, so that's EX ULID. What about ecto ULID? Okay. So if they're binary compatible, then we can just use unique.uuid. Yes, they're saying here that ULID should have worked. Hmm. Let me get another album going. Maybe. All right, Cosmo Sheldrake time? Yeah, let's do it. Oh, yep. So I need a dump. Something's really, really weird here. If we were just using UUID, it might be easier. But that doesn't solve our problem. So this could be the issue. The fact that it's just so much older. So dump here should be it. That's our issue now. Yeah, we've got something going on here that just doesn't feel right. But it's 8 p.m. I need to get some food in my belly. And maybe we play some games tonight. Maybe I just get a bunch more work done. But yeah, it's 8 p.m. We did go later than yesterday because yesterday I had the concert to go to. But yeah. Yeah, there's just something weird about this. Like these ID values, they're still being recognized as strings, even though there's the. Oh, shit. Hold on. No, I think I know. I think I know. We called it ID there. I feel like this should be binary. hold on, before we get going. All right, we do that part. I think this is something to do with it, right? The way we're doing ID there. All right, where user ID cannot be cast to type ID. Yeah, nah, I think this is something we just got to do on Thursday. Don't know what the bug is, though. If we just did numeric IDs, we'd solve the problem, and it's not a big deal. Yeah, I don't know. We'll give the ULID stuff another college try on Thursday, but I'm thinking we might want to migrate either to just raw UUID just cuz, or maybe back to numeric IDs, because we want it to be sortable. So we were doing dump. I didn't pass binary to it, though, because binary should be inferred. But I didn't pass that argument, so let's just do that real quick. I think it's worth a shot. Sure, why not? I thought the binary was actually inferred. Yeah, see, so... Yeah, like, dump doesn't take two arguments. So what we had there should be fine. Yeah, I don't know. But it's something we can revisit on Thursday. Because I'm getting hungry. I want to eat some pho. So who do we go raid? Like, who's streaming right now? Oh, wait, is Assassin's Creed Shadows out now? Oh, that could be fun. I'll wait till it goes on sale anyway, but whatever. But TriCatch TV is doing some Zed editor stuff. Ooh, that sounds great. Oh, wait. It's mainly Spanish, though. Yeah, so hold on. Let's see if there's anyone else. BlazeBits is going. Nikwan Data Sci. Snowcone. Wolfie Master, late night programming? Sure, let's do that. I don't think we've had a chance to raid them in ages, or if ever. Pretty sure they've raided here, though, so yeah, it's time to pay it back. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. And yeah, Lightspeed, we'll figure it out on Thursday for sure. I will be on gaming stream here later tonight. Maybe co-working. Maybe I can get to some gaming. After I do some cooking. And then, yeah, I'll be back here on Thursday. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. So, yep. Thank you everyone on YouTube. See you on